So Steve, Nigel can just
so
stay here after he does the full clip, because he's going to do... What's the BBC camera?
So,
BBC guys there.
That's BBC, yeah.
And they've got their microphone.
Yeah.
So then he can just turn to BBC, do that clip, and then turn back and then do your live. So he doesn't have to get reclipped or anything.
No. So only thing he needs is be my earpiece in for the GB News one, if that's all right. For down
and then
the
he'll
line.
need to take it out for the...
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, he'll need to put it in after the, the BBC. Fine.
Otherwise we get two questions at the same time.
Indeed.
You still waiting for your journalist?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that, but I'll then reply about that in 10 minutes too. What the scenario is...
Just do very quickly.
But they sent you a list of questions. You should maybe get them sent you just provisionally.
I've gone through about 3. That is broken. That's why I put it on. Right, yeah. No, this one's holding up my leg. But it's better than that. Yeah, yeah, I mean that's the song. I've got 2.
Are you right just to send us a list of questions? Do I bang?
Oh, okay. I've got 2 extra.
So, right, it's photo opportunity, which you can see me now, here, like that. Nigel will walk forward, then do a pull questions, like this, like that. Then he's got a... then I put an earpiece in his ear, that will just be for GB News to do Alex Armstrong, job done. So he can do it without moving, if that's all right. No, after the festival, I think. So the festival goes now. It will be in a minute, I don't know Cheers. An MCR could record in a minute. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
It's a test run on the wheel. Hello, good to see you. That's what we're going to do tonight. They might go in about 10 minutes doing this little photo call with the local councillors. Then Farage is doing a full tip with GB. Whenever the press conference. Then afterwards it's and then I think he's doing a one-on-one with GB. Right. Then afterwards it's everyone in. Right, okay. And then thinking on the floor. 3, 2, 1, 4. I think the interesting. So these that's pretty good. No, you want to do your mouth like later this was actually coming up to the WMT was the time my car decided not to. So I had to get the key out of the fob, set the alarm off. Oh, it was you? Yes, it was. You keep your noise. It was me trying to be really quick to set up in the van, and it just said, nah. That's Richard from BBC London. I think you already are, but can I just check your recording is back in trial? Oh, thank you. It's bars at the moment. I'll put the camera in a second. All right, thank you very much. Cheers. Bye-bye. Hello, James. Hello, you all right? You well? So, I thought it was already inside. So did I. So I told the one after this is inside. You hear from Rally as well? Yeah. I think. So this, I think this is just a photo of the rally.
Oh.
oh, there's all these people outside.
Oh my God, it's not going to be.
This is what I can be inside as well.
You got your photography on, you writing last week.
Yeah, I don't carry a pen anyway. I can't write.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
She's very surprised. Don't think we've met our Harry's PA.
Tom, nice to meet you. I'm freelance.
Yeah,
I just turn up on the street and go, opening video.
I hope the work will arise. I started at 4, so that's a bit actually went back to Berlin my girlfriend's in hybrid. Yeah, it's good, but it's okay.
Getting into central from Finchley Park, that area, 9 bucks. They haven't. To be honest, if I can...
You haven't been at Peter Master's house.
Do you want another one?
Yeah.
So I know who like 2 hours, 3 minutes. And then about 10 minutes there's a
Which we all agree.
well, it's not.
It's letting you know. Public interest.
I happen to be in the area. That's like me.
He's 40 grand rich.
I covered.
I didn't pay him. Yeah, so a thief stole something from a lady with a bus driver. Gets an extra back, comes back, shoots at the lady. A minute later, the thief comes back, tries to start a fight. Supposedly swings at the bus driver, so the bus driver then punches him and still doing it.
Did the bus driver lay into him quite substantially?
As in, like, trying to say no, I think it was one punch, carries up and one punch.
The same as
Yeah, well, I think it's the area to taking it from so I'm introducing you to stop, good Samaritan. Yeah, good Samaritan.
It is. It is an interesting.
How do you determine if something is morally correct? Because classic argument is all the security guards that can't stop shopping. They can't put their hands in. So it's like they could then turn around and say, well, I did something good.
I learned a bit, right, so
So yeah, I'm going to judge a place by how posh it is. If I don't get the obvious picture, then I can. Went on all day, did the obvious bit. By the end of it, I was doing like slow shutter speeds, spinning the camera. I was so bored.
5 minutes or so.
My desk was getting great grades. I was like,
back in a bit. Who took that picture of him the other day? Someone's got it outside Manchester. It's back in. It looks like a so it's not massively off. guys, we're in now. Yep, they're there. Guys, no, all you not you guys, you guys.
And please.
Damn it. Should I? Can I? Should have gone over there. I am tempted.
Someone tell him he's going to rain. Why would they do that?
Yeah.
The problem is it's going to rain.
Nice one.
Here we go. Lovely, that's great, guys. Thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, just when he gets there, just a little bit.
Shit. We have a place ready for you in the middle.
Yes. Fantastic. Hello.
Guys, now everyone just squeeze in.
We get your security out of the way as well.
Nigel, guys, get one where you two both step forward. Yep. Forward in there as well. I'll get out of the way. Okay, guys. Right, everyone good? Guys, once you got your photo, if you can move out so the camera can get guys. And Nigel, TV. Sorry. TV.
Do you want to say a few words there now? Do you want to say a few words here?
Mrs. Farage?
Yes. Yes.
You're a full camera here.
Yes.
Firstly, you've been campaigning since it was announced the government delaying this local election delay. Can I get your reaction to the fact that they've U-turned on that today?
Well, it was extraordinary. I mean, last year we saw cancellations of elections without any real exceptional reason. This year, up to 30 councils, 4.6 million people denied the vote. In some cases, Norfolk, Suffolk, East and West Sussex, this would have been the second year in a row that people who are paying their council tax would have been denied the chance to vote. So that's why we took them to the High Court. We were due there this Thursday. They've caved, they've collapsed. It's a victory for reform, but more importantly, It's a victory for democracy in this country. We are delighted.
As you say, you felt so strongly about this, you were going to take the government to court over this. The fact that they have U-turned on this before you got your day in court, what do you make of that, and why did you feel strongly enough to take them to court in the first place?
Well, I think the principle of no taxation without representation is a very well-known one through political history, and that's what was happening here. We'd even seen a few people starting to refuse to pay their council tax up and down the country. But what I do think now is the Minister, Steve Reed, has clearly acted illegally, and given that the government has now given in, knew they'd lose to us in court, I think Steve Reed's question as a minister should now be debated.
The government have also said this afternoon they're going to be paying your legal fees. How much are your legal fees?
Zero now, because the government are going to pay them. So yeah, we took a risk on this. But we knew it was the right thing to do. I thought we'd get a partial victory. I thought ones that were delayed for a second year in a row, we'd probably win that. But this is now a complete victory, and there'll be a lot of people up and down the country very grateful to us. I mean, think about it. The Lib Dems were delaying in Cheltenham, the Conservatives delaying in Harlow and the other counties where they'd postponed last year as well. The rest of them were Labour, mostly in the north of England. It's a big win.
Well, realistically, this will be costing taxpayers hundreds of thousands of pounds to pay for your legal fees, but also £63 million, because that's what the government are giving these councils in order to reorganise and have local elections at the same time. Surely you should be apologising to taxpayers for costing them £63 million.
The idea I should apologise because it costs money to hold elections in a country where 1.25 million people died in 2 world wars so that we could be a free democracy, I won't even begin to apologise. That is our system. That is our way. We choose the people that represent us, tax us, make decisions on our behalf, and once every few years we've the right to judge them and get rid of them. That is the very basis of how modern Britain works.
You'll now be campaigning in 30 more local elections than you had been preparing for yesterday. Are you sure Reform is ready to campaign in these 30 extra local elections?
We have the biggest membership of any party in the country, and whilst we're still very new, we're professionalising very, very quickly. Believe me, we will be ready.
And could I also ask you about the government today looking into a ban on social media for under-16s? Is that something Reform UK supports?
I'm not sure whether it's the right thing to do. I'm not sure whether just banning things is the right thing to do. Are there great harms through young kids spending their lives accessing inappropriate material online? Of course. My worry is you ban things, you drive them underground where they can see and access stuff that's even more extreme. Do I want to protect kids? Yes, of course I do. Is this the right way forward? I'm not yet convinced.
Mr. Farage, thank you.
Thank you.
Nigel, just to BBC now.
Sure.
Squeeze around. Take on this side. That's all right. Okay, thank you.
Same again, really. And reaction to, I suppose, a victory, you would see, hands down.
It's a huge victory. I mean, it's very rarely anyone beats the government by taking a judicial review. We've won, and we haven't just won on our behalf, we've won on behalf of 4.6 million people whose vote was being denied, in some cases for the second year in a row. But there's a much deeper principle. We pay council tax, and we should be able, once every 4 years, to judge whether those we voted for are doing a good job. It's called democracy. We've stood up for it, and we've won.
You've called into question Steve Reed's position, given that he wanted to push ahead with cancelling the elections. You think he should resign?
Well, I think for a minister to do something that is clearly unlawful, otherwise they would not have gone and withdrawn themselves from the case on Thursday, and even the boss of the Electoral Commission said what the government was doing was illegal. Seems to me that if a government minister does something illegal, they really ought to resign.
Are you worried about the cost? It is going to cost 63 million.
What price?
It's going to cost 63 million pounds extra.
Yeah.
You campaign on the fact that you're a party that will save money.
What price freedom? What price liberty? What price those that went before us defended the country so we could be a democracy? You know, you can talk to me about £63 million. I don't think you'd even put a price on freedom.
And in terms of what it means for you as a party, clearly you've got a whole bunch more elections that you've got to find candidates for, that you've got to fund. Are you able to do that?
We are capable and able. We've got the biggest membership of any party in the country. We look forward to all these new elections happening with great anticipation.
I'm not going to ask you to make a prediction, but I will ask you about Havering.
Yes.
Actually, you're here
Yes.
in Havering,
Yes.
a council you say you have big hopes here in London. This is a place where you say you can win, but you are doing it with the help, some might say, of retreads. You said you didn't want to be a Conservative Party Mark II, but the people behind you have changed parties. Andrew here has changed parties.
Yes.
Keith over there has changed parties.
Yes.
Are you worried that people who may be tempted to vote for reform in Havering and other parts around London will see the party as a retread?
I said 18 months ago we would replace the Conservative Party, and here in Havering, here in Romford, that's exactly what's happening. And you know, when you're a new party with big ideas, big ambitions, that's great. But the one thing we've lacked is experience. Now, with people like Andrew, Keith, these local councillors here, we've got people who know how the system actually works. So that combination of youthful energy as a political movement with experience, I think is a very powerful one.
And how does a reform leadership in Havering tackle the crippling debts that this council has? It's gone cap in hand to the government twice now to say we can't afford it. Can reform come in and make a difference?
Well, you're quite right. You know, the debts are a massive problem, which is why council tax rises have been what they've been for years. We can't come in and overnight get rid of debt. What we can do is come in and start to look for proper economic savings, start to look for how we can slim down people working in local government, make the thing more efficient, and that's our aim and ambition.
A final one to you, this is just for you, Andrew. You've got it on your leaflet saying you want to take Havering out of London. Really?
Well, so what happened in 1965 was London doubled in size, and in this case, part of what was always Essex found itself Greater London, has found itself living under Mayor Khan. I would suggest to you, a lot of people in Romford aren't very happy about that. I do think a debate here about whether they become a unitary government in their own right, as opposed to Greater London, is something citizens deserve the chance to have a say on. I really do.
Grand, thanks.
Thank you.
And we'll just do a live with GB News now as well.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, Nigel.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm pleased I put this jacket on.
Alex Armstrong, yeah.
Yep, it's fine. Yes, I have. Where's the little knob, as it were?
Sorry. Right. Talk again to Nigel.
Yeah, yeah, I've got you. Nice gentle start for the afternoon.
Yep, very good.
That's far better. Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. Where's Ed?
Ed?
Okay, fine. Thank you. Yeah, we're delighted. I mean, I was shocked last year when elections were cancelled. I mean, yeah, I get it, you know, if you get a pandemic or foot and mouth disease, there are perhaps reasons why you might postpone elections in certain circumstances for a year. There were no good reasons for it happening last year. This year, the number of councils increased massively, including some all Tory controlled, Norfolk, Suffolk, East and West Sussex, where for the second year in a row, elections were going to be cancelled. I was pretty shocked by this, and it's why we decided that we'd go to the High Court, we'd go for a judicial review. That was due to be heard this Thursday. The government obviously knew they were going to lose. The boss of the Electoral Commission said what they'd done was illegal. Clearly, the government's own lawyers believed they'd acted illegally, and so they caved in, and 4.6 million people, or should I say 4.6 million council taxpayers, because that to me is the key point, will now get the vote. So yes, it's a legal victory, it's a victory for our party, but above all, it's a victory for freedom and democracy. Well, I think actually, to be honest with you, all the parties will be in a slight state of panic this afternoon, saying, cripes, we've got a lot to do in terms of finding candidates and getting organised. But look, you know, we've got the biggest membership of any party in the country. We've professionalised significantly over the course of the last year. We will be ready for May the 7th in all 30 of these areas. It's amazing, isn't it? I've never promised once in the run-up to May the 1st last year that we'd cut council tax. How could we? We were inheriting heavy debts absolutely everywhere. Have we made £300 million of savings? Yes. Have we got plans to become more efficient and save more in the years to come? Absolutely. And if you look at the council tax rises in areas that are run by reform, they are lower than for the other parties in other areas. And look, you can't just come in to a broken local government system, wave a magic wand and change things overnight, but I believe we're off to a good start. Yeah. For us, it's another nearly 900 candidates that we have to find across those council areas and county areas, which for us is just not going to be a problem. On legal advice, look, you know, our lawyers look very closely at the legislation, could find no good reason for why Steve Reed, at the behest of Keir Starmer, I suppose, decided to do this. The boss of the Electoral Commission said it was illegal. Clearly, the government's own lawyers said it was illegal. That's why they've withdrawn. They knew they were going to lose in the High Court, and that's why I'm saying, I think for the minister, Steve Reed, I mean, frankly, you know, is this not a resignation matter? Well, I think if a minister acts in a way that's illegal and tries to, you know, cancel people's democratic rights to vote whilst they're still being charged their council tax, I personally think that it really is a resignation matter, yes. Well, look, you know, if you go back to 2021, when there were some local elections cancelled, well, the reason given was the pandemic, and in certain areas, there was probably a degree of justification for it. Similarly, with foot and mouth disease 25 years ago, there are certain circumstances in which a delay of 1 year, can be acceptable. It wasn't acceptable last year, and it most certainly wasn't acceptable this year. And the level of collusion between the Labour government, the Conservative Party, and even the Liberal Democrats in Cheltenham showed you that parties were using postponing elections as a means of not losing their seats. That's something that clearly wasn't acceptable to us. I mean, if Kemi Badenoch doesn't want to be a dictator, the question really is she a leader? How can you stand up in the House of Commons, senior shadow minister after shadow minister, and say on behalf of the Conservatives it's wrong that elections should be cancelled, and yet 5, of your council areas, in some cases for the second year in a row, want to cancel those elections? Frankly, on this issue, the Conservatives are all over the place and every bit as bad as Labour. I don't think a snap general election is likely. I guess the only thing that would cause it would be a financial meltdown on the bond markets. I don't see a snap election coming, but I do see a government that is losing authority and credibility right across the board. Oh, the change of Prime Minister's coming, don't worry about that. My guess is, after he survived last week, they'll wait until May the 7th, wait for him to carry the can, get rid of him, and then move further to the left. Well, my money would be on Ed Miliband, I think. They'll say he's got the experience, they'll say he's been there before. If you put me up against a wall, my guess would be it's Miliband that takes over and carries on with his net zero fantasy, which is making Britain poorer and deindustrialising us. That's my guess. Well, I never thought I'd say it, but on those particular utterances, I do have a very similar position to Zach Polansky, if not on very much else. Oh. Yeah. Look, since just after the First World War, in this country, it's been Tory v Labour, it's been two-party politics. That is now over, completely, totally over, and you won't see the like of it again. Thank you. Just before the rain comes.
Right, I'm going to do a quick press huddle now, and then that's it.
Sure.
Right, George is going to take you some. Oh, yeah. I know, he's going to.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Welcome to Haverhill Town Hall. You'll see there is no Union Jack flag from the Town Hall, but when reform in this council on the 7th of May, the flag will reign once again. We are a Essex market town. We're proud of our heritage. We want Haverhill to be included. And we're grateful to you for giving us that opportunity. So today I'm proud to announce 8 of my councillors and candidates who are leaving the Conservative Party and joining Reform to stand for Reform UK on the 7th of May for Havering Council.
Brilliant. Well, welcome on board, everybody. And it's going to be quite a lively evening that we've got coming up.
So we have Bailey, we have Graham, we have Della, Robert, Christine, Tom, Maggie and Martins.
Are we going to win?
Yes.
Good. Good.
No.
What's the plan?
Nigel, should we do some quick photographs of the team? Let's all gather round.
We sort of had.
That's it. Let's do all gather round.
We'll do some.
Yeah, we'll get a few more.
Yeah.
It's going to last.
Just to this camera, guys, please.
It really has been April showers all day.
There you go. I'll get out of the way.
Good.
We'll do a handshake.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Right, just down
I'm
here
gonna-
as well.
I'm going to jump in and get a handshake in 1 second.
Fine. All right.
And then we'll have to move on. Great.
Assembly members and everyone. Yeah, fantastic. Flag going up, 7th of May? Yeah.
8 plate.
Well, 8th Well done, Nigel. Thank you very much.
Should we get a picture of all the assembly members?
You want the assembly members in as well, Nigel? We'll get,
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
And Layla, where's Layla?
Alright, I'll try and line this guy out of the way.
Come Layla, you come in,
It's going to lash any minute.
you come in the middle a bit.
You're wearing a coat as well. Very sensitive.
Guys, we'll do our best to get what we can.
Let's have this in the middle more. Don't you think?
You're right in front of Layla. If you can just squeeze there. There you go. That's good. Kids hold that. There you go.
Yeah.
One here as well.
Okay.
Just about survived until it starts jumping. Once it started.
Fantastic. Very good. Right.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Next, the hubble, I think. Where am I going?
This is, Nigel, this is the leader of the council. This is Councillor Ray Morgan.
How are you?
Ray used to work for me years ago. Yeah.
We are going to have an independent council in May. That'll be a residents' association.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, that's the choice of the election, which is a good thing.
But the thing is the leaflets that your party so we all know are misleading to the public. So it's effectively saying, if you vote for the reform in the May local elections, we'll take you out the GLA. But no, we know it's an act of parliament.
That needs legislation.
Yeah, it's an act of parliament. Similarly, reduce the number of councillors. No, the boundary commission decides, not the council. Yeah, no.
And when there's a change of government, we can do these things.
Yes, but that's the thing. You have to have a change of government first before you can't say.
And don't we need one?
But it's effectively saying that if you have a reform council, all these things will change.
Right.
Sorry.
No, we'll wait to the change of government.
Yeah, that's what.
Same, aren't they?
Yeah.
But no, the bigger that you
Brentwood Road.
My nasty shoes all muddy. Second time I'm wearing them, muddled over. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think you could live stream the huddle if
No, I
moved away. Yeah. Did you live that? Oh, amazing.
I don't know who did that. Usually it's PA's running.
Well, I just had FT message me like, is it live stream? I said, yeah, PAR, so.
Yeah, so if you ever got PA,
You always have PA. When we did all the local election rallies last time round, PA came to every single one. At one point it was like, we were doing one every single day, and at PA always wanted to interview. And we were like, what more could they possibly ask?
because they've got all local clients, national clients, international clients.
They're all national questions though.
Yeah, or sometimes they've got local clients. So it depends where they're at.
Surely at that point you're competing with like the local democracy service, because they are basically like a PA for local media.
But no, I put that whole thing out.
Yeah, thank you. So, and you're coming to the...
That's not
Yeah, it's only about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's just
we're like
security guys.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate expectation.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to clip a mic on it, but yeah. The worst, I hate it. The worst thing is he's quite good at it. They sort of go up a minute when they finish their interview and they cough the microphone and start speaking. I'm like, this is like, yeah, he's done it for so long. He's been.
What's that?
No. No PA player registration. No. Unless you want to drive me there, then go to the I can't get an Uber now. Can I help out?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Romford. Take your seats. The rally is about to begin.
I'm Dr. David Bull, I'm chairman of Reform UK. I've had a very different backstory. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I've worked for 30 years in television. I've been involved in politics really for many years, but I became a Brexit Party MEP in 2019. I was then deputy leader of the party, and now I'm really proud to say I'm chairman of the party. And so I suppose my passion for politics has always been about fairness. This is about ensuring that people get access to healthcare, that we keep the NHS free at the point of need, but at the same time actually improve the service so people get really good outcomes, and so they are better than we are currently seeing, where we are falling far behind Europe. So for me, it's all about fairness. It's about putting British people first. It's about reinvigorating this great country and putting great back into Britain. I've been on a very long political journey. In 2019, I became a Brexit Party MEP, and one of the proudest moments of my life is voting for Brexit, carrying the Union flag out of the European Parliament. We got on the Eurostar, we took the Union flag back to where it belonged. It's extraordinary to be part of political history. I've no doubt about that. There's something inside that says this is a semblant moment in British history. This is the moment when politics changed for good. I've never felt anything quite like this. I know we're on a mission. I can feel it. I can sense it whenever I go outside and talk to people. People are desperate for change. They're tired of the two-party system, and they believe that Reform UK can deliver it, and we are going to prove them right. And the next step for us is to show the public that we are ready, we are competent, we are going to form the next party of government, and we are going to smash the political system. Britain needs reform.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening, Romford. I have to tell you, it's always such a pleasure to be in this wonderful county of Essex. Yes, indeed. This is a county characterised by some of the most hard-working, straight-talking and genuine people you could ever meet. Isn't that right? Now, as you know, Romford is an historic market town. It was established by royal order, no less, in 1247. Its name literally means wide fort, which refers to the crossing point over the River Rom. Now, Romford has a very rich history, developing as a sheep and cattle trading centre on the road to London. But, against the wishes of many, however, Romford was torn out of the heart of Essex and incorporated into Greater London on the 1st of April 1965 in what can only be described as a very poor April Fool's joke. And for many in this town, Romford will never be part of London. It will always be a very proud part of Essex. I'm Dr. David Bull, and as you know, I am the chairman of this great party. I've been chairman for the last 7 months, and in that time, I have toured the length and breadth of this country. I have seen over 7,000 people. I've spoken at rallies and events nationwide. Let me tell you, we have made, quite frankly, astonishing progress. We have gained 5,000 new members every single month. And when I took over as chairman, we had 5 members of parliament. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 members of parliament. I can also tell you we've led the last 200 plus opinion polls, and today, ladies and gentlemen, we have won a seismic victory against the government thanks to our sheer determination to fight for democracy. The government tried to cancel elections. It is almost unbelievable, isn't it? The government tried to cancel elections in 30 areas of the country which would have denied the vote for millions of people. Now, we argued that only dictators cancel elections. We fought the government, and ladies and gentlemen, we have won. Let me tell you something else, make no mistake. When these elections are held, the public will punish the establishment unlike anything we have ever seen before. I think it's fair to say there is no doubt Reform UK's momentum is now completely unstoppable. Now, Romford, in many ways, epitomises a microcosm of the rest of England. This is a proud Brexit-supporting area which voted to leave the European Union by nearly 70%. It really was a deafening result. What it did is it flicked a V sign to the establishment, which wanted us to stay. But like much of England, it feels let down, betrayed, and abandoned by the political class and the two main political parties. And until recently, this constituency was the very definition of a Tory stronghold, but not any longer. Andrew Rossendale is the most incredible member of Parliament, I think you'll agree. He's actually been the Member of Parliament for this area for some 25 years. I know Andrew. He is very passionate, he is very determined, and he has fought tooth and nail for his constituents throughout his tenure. And that is why I, as chairman, am so delighted he has seen the light and now becomes a Reform UK Member of Parliament. Make no mistake, the Tories are facing an existential crisis. After 14 years of failure and broken promises, they are now facing an extinction-level event. The latest MRP poll now puts Reform UK well in the lead. We are now at 31%. We are 10 points clear of the closest rival. So what does that mean? It means if there was a general election tomorrow, it is predicted that Reform UK would gain anything between 377 to 450 parliamentary seats. These really are extraordinary times. What does that mean? It would also give us a parliamentary majority of between 52 and 125 seats. Labour would collapse to just 85 seats, and the Tories will be utterly annihilated. In fact, the remaining Tory MPs could go home in a minibus, there'll be so few of them. Make no mistake, the old parties are finished. Ladies and gentlemen, this really is our moment. But there's a major problem here. The Tories believe they have a divine right to govern, but how wrong they are. Let's just remind ourselves, please, of the chaos, the disorder, and the destruction they wreaked on Britain over their 14 years in government. The Tories presided over record tax hikes. The tax burden under the Tories reached a 70-year high, hitting families very hard indeed. It was the Tories responsible for austerity and public service erosion. They implemented deep cuts to councils, to courts, to youth services, and to social care. They stood by and allowed a cost of living crisis, living standards stagnated, wages failed to keep pace with prices, and people were left bereft and struggling. The Tories bankrupted the country by tripling our national debt. Under the Conservatives, UK productivity flatlined, making the country poorer than comparable countries. They repeatedly missed house building targets. And as a result, rents and prices surged, locking younger generations out of home ownership. That was the very thing that Margaret Thatcher believed so strongly in. She would be turning have allowed the country to be locked down. They should never have kept children out of schools. But for me, as a doctor, the worst sin of all was discharging elderly patients to care homes without testing them for COVID. What they did, they consigned elderly people to die alone, frightened, and without family. And I think that's utterly unforgivable. Let's also remind ourselves it was them who were responsible for an open-door immigration policy. They allowed nearly 150,000 illegal migrants into this country, threatening our way of life, our safety, our security, and our economy. On top of that, they also allowed 3.8 million unskilled migrants managed to give away sovereign British territory, and they are allowing the Chinese to build a super embassy with secretive rooms in the heart of London, just meters from critical infrastructure. I think you will agree, this is utter madness. And here is the real tragedy. Over 250,000 hard-working young people have already left this country since Labour came to power. They have decided there is no future for hard work or aspiration, and that is a complete disaster for the United Kingdom. And unforgivably, they have allowed the illegal invasion of our country to continue unabated. Let me just tell you the numbers. Total illegal immigration for last year was 41,000 people. That is up 13% on the previous year. Last year had the second highest number of crossings. And since Labour came to power, an astonishing 65,000 people have come here illegally. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear here. These are Keir Starmer's boats. And Reform UK will put a stop to this madness once and for all. We all know this. Labour is in serious trouble. It's now not a matter of if Keir Starmer goes, it's when Keir Starmer goes. Anna Sarwar ago, Angela Rayner, Andy Burnham, Wes Streeting, continuing the chaos the Tories left behind. The chaos has paralysed the country. Let me tell you, the only reason they backed Keir Starmer last week is because he threatened to call a general election, which they know they will lose. And that is why last week the leader of our party, Nigel Farage, announced we are now on a general election footing. We have now opened applications to become a parliamentary candidate, and we are looking for people with real-life experience to stand for us in local, in mayoral, and in national elections too. It's fair to say Britain simply cannot afford another 4 years of this Labour clown show. In summary, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment where we have to come together to fight and to win the next general election for our families, for our communities, and for our country. I am very clear about this. We will become the next party of government, and we will put Nigel Farage into number 10 Downing Street as the next British Prime Minister. Well, our first speaker is a formidable woman who burst onto the national political scene last year. She is a former barrister, she is a mum of 7 and a Reform UK councillor for Lancaster Gate in Westminster. She is taking the fight directly to Sadiq Khan, a man who I think you'll agree Sadiq Khan has well and truly destroyed London. The city is completely unrecognisable to the one I was born in. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Reform UK candidate for Mayor of London, Layla Cunningham.
Hello, Romford. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and the gods are speaking. It's an absolute pleasure also to be here with Andrew. I had met Andrew a few years ago because I wanted to actually write a book on how, I guess you'd call it the right, could win London. How people that believe in patriotism, believe in sovereignty, believe in law and order, how could they win London again? And I said, I'm going to contact the one MP in the city that actually believes in that. The one MP that really works for his local community. And I met Andrew, and I met him in a bar, and we had a lovely meeting. And honestly, I was taken away by how much he values civic pride, how much he values local pride, and how much he was defending his patch. And so it's an honor to welcome him to Reform, and it's an honor to welcome all of you here if you weren't Reform before. The thing is, tonight isn't just another rally. It's about the future of London, our greater London, because for too long, this city has stopped working for the actual people who built it. I want to be really clear about what's happening. You see, London no longer works for Londoners. It doesn't work for Romford, and it doesn't work for Hackney. It's governed by ideology. While families are struggling with the cost of living, while housing costs spiral, while our veterans sleep rough, while young people are leaving, we have councils debating biodiversity targets, diversity metrics, and symbolic gestures. They forgot that government must serve and not lecture. And it must ask what works on the ground, what works for Romford. It's not what ticks a civil service box. And that is why Reform is here. We are not here to serve the status quo, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to serve you. Who served, who were promised priority, pushed aside, forgotten, left homeless in the capital they fought to protect. Around 1,000 veterans in our city are homeless in London right now, 1,000. That's not just a failure, it's a disgrace. These are the people who serve this country with their lives. And if we cannot give them a roof over their heads, then what are we doing? That's not the London I believe in. It's not the country I believe in. And it's not the London you believe in either. And let's look at the scale of what's happening, shall we? London houses more asylum seekers in hotels than anywhere else in the country. And this didn't happen by accident, by the way. There are 15 London boroughs that have declared themselves sanctuary boroughs for refugees. Yep, 15. London, as a result, has become a de facto sanctuary city. And you know what message that sends? It sends a message that Londoners are no longer a priority in their own city. And the politicians, they're proud of it. They call it inclusion. But declaring sanctuary while your own people are pushed out, it's not inclusion. It's exclusion. It's displacement. It excludes the families who built this city, the workers who make it function, the taxpayers who paid into it. And worst of all, it excludes the veterans who defended it. You cannot run the most expensive housing market in the country as if capacity doesn't matter. You cannot house people with no connection to London while our own children are forced to leave. You cannot put newcomers ahead of veterans who served this nation. That breaks the deal, the basic contract between government and people. And people know it, and you know it. Listen, London's always been diverse, right? People from all over the world have come here, contributed, become Londoners. But here's what used to make it work. One civic culture, a British culture. That was the glue. My parents came here in the 60s, and they came with the sole aim to assimilate and integrate. They came because they wanted Britain. They didn't come because they wanted a village from where they're from. They came because of what Britain represents, the beauty of Britain. And that's the message. That's the message, if I win mayor, that I will send. You come from anywhere. You come to London, and you become part of something. You integrate, you adopt British values, British laws, British identity, and that's what creates unity. But now we're told every culture must be celebrated equally. I mean, that might sound nice, but it doesn't work. When every culture is celebrated against one another, you don't get unity, you get confusion. You get division, you get conflict. You cannot have a functioning society when there's no shared culture holding it together. So we must have one civic British culture. And that doesn't mean erasing where people have come from. It means saying, if you want to be part of London, this is what we stand for, and we are proud to stand for it. We are proud. And that shouldn't be controversial. But sadly, right now, I think it's called far right. I know. And let me tell you what Labour and the left have done. And they've done it quite well. They've put us all in boxes, different demographic boxes. You know, I'm called, oh my God, the Muslim candidate. Different identity boxes with different needs, different priorities. And then what they've done is they've played those priorities off against each other. Divide and conquer. That's their strategy. Keep everyone fighting, keep everyone resentful, keep everyone separate. Because if we're all divided, we can't unite against them. But I see people from all walks of life in Reform, from all different backgrounds. And that's how I see London. I don't see demographics. I don't see boxes. I don't see competing groups. I see Londoners and British people, all of us together. Different backgrounds, yes. Different stories, yes. But one city, one identity, one future. A united London isn't... A united London isn't about pretending we're all the same. It's about saying we're all in this together. It's about shared responsibility, shared pride in this place. A united London where British culture is the foundation and everyone who contributes is welcome to build on that. That's the London I'm fighting for. Not separate communities living in parallel lives. One London, united. And to that aim, our first policy for London ahead of May 7th is that London will be a sanctuary for veterans and for Londoners. Because thanks to Labour and Conservatives, they have embedded legislation from the Equalities Act that says that you cannot discriminate on the basis of nationality. And they count British people in that. And I say to you, if you can't be discriminated in your own bloody country, where the hell are you going to be prioritized? Sorry, if you can't be prioritized in your own country, then where will you be prioritized? They have also said that those most in need, this is legislation, go to the top of the list. And successive councils in London have deemed that refugees are most in need. Put that into perspective. What happens is that when you arrive on a boat illegally, you claim asylum, you're an asylum seeker. When that claim is granted, you become a refugee and you go to the top of the social housing list, while our veterans sleep rough. They don't prioritize people with connection to this city. No, it's people with no connection at the expense of our own. Let me be specific about what that means for May 7th. Every reform council we win in May will introduce tough residency rules for social housing. Real connection, real ties to community, because without that, you do see the massive demographic change that you've seen. You do see a loss of what you believe your community should look like. You want a social home in a borough? You've lived there, worked there, built your life there, contributed. And veterans, you see, the law already says they should get priority, but only reform councils will enforce it. Because these are people... These are people who serve this country with their lives. And if we can't look after them, then I don't know what it says about us. And look, it's not just about stopping what's wrong, because I can go on and on about Sadiq Khan. I can go on and on about crime. We all know the state of affairs. It's about building something better. See, I'm fighting for a London that works, a London that thrives, a London that puts you, me, its own people first. I'm fighting for a London where our children actually want to stay. When they finish university or when they want to work, they say, London is where I'm building my future. Because it has the best jobs, the best businesses, the best opportunities anywhere in the world. And most of all, they can afford to live here, buy a home here, start a family, stay near their parents, raise their children here. That should not be a luxury, but for so many it is. That should not be normal. What kind of city educates its young people, then forces them out? What kind of city makes its own children leave because they can't afford to stay? A failing one. And London's better than that. And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of personal. I want my own children to stay with me. I want them to live right next to me. Not because, they have to, but because they want to. I want them to live here, build here, have a home here, raise their kids here. London gave me an incredible start, an incredible life, and it should do the same for them. This city made me. I'm sure it made loads of you. And it should give the next generation the same chance that we had. And I believe that's something worth fighting for. A city that works. A city where hard work is rewarded, where contribution matters, where the people who serve this country, our veterans, are looked after properly, where local connection means something, where communities comes first, where your children can afford to stay, and a London that's united under one civic British culture. Not played off against each other. And I keep saying the word united because I do feel that it's not quite like that anymore. Do you? Do you feel we're united as a country? No. And I feel that that's what reform stands for. For pride in this place, pride in our country, pride in putting British people first. And the only way to do that is to have a leader like Nigel, a leader who believes in sovereignty, who believes in a government that serves its own people, not the establishment, not global partnerships, not the bureaucrats, but his own people. And that's what reform is about. And when we win in London, and when we win in Romford, Greater London, I know you all want to be part of Essex, but I might keep you for a bit, and I'll make you want to be part of London once we win it. We'll say this without apology. Londoners first, veterans first, British people first, united under one civic British culture, because this is our city, this is our home, and ladies and gentlemen, it is our future, and it's time we took it back. It's time for unity. And I keep saying this because it's important. It's time for change. It's time for reform because we refuse to be a city that leaves its heroes homeless. We refuse to be a city that prices out our children. And we refuse to be governed by spreadsheets and slogans. We choose to be a city worth fighting for. A city where veterans have roofs, graduates have futures, family have safety, and local pride is not sneered at or called far right, but celebrated. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our city, this is our home. It doesn't belong to Labour, it doesn't belong to Conservatives, and on May 7th, with your vote, we will win it back. It's time for reform in London. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Layla. Well, next up this evening is a man who has been the Member of Parliament for this area for some 25 years. He was first elected, wow indeed. He was first elected in 2001. He has fearlessly stood on the side of common sense. He's a proud Brexiteer and an even prouder unionist, a man who in many ways exhibited reform values before Reform UK even existed. Before we meet him, let's see his story.
I was born in Romford, I grew up in Romford, went to school in Romford. It's my home, I've lived here all my life, and it means so much to me that I represent the town where I'm from. So often MPs don't represent their hometown, but I do, and I'm very privileged to do that. So we're in Romford Market. I remember being here with my mother in the market, shopping in the 1970s. It's my home, it's where I've lived all my life, and I really care about Romford. It's an Essex market town, and when I first got elected as an MP, I got the biggest swing in the country in Romford, and I think really it's not just about the party, it's about the fact that I understand what local people feel and how they think about the country and the local town. Far too many MPs are parachuted in from somewhere else. I'm not, I'm homegrown, I'm truly local to the area. Fundamentally, I believe in family, community and country. So Britain is broken and we need something different, something radical, something new, and I believe that Reform UK offers that hope for the British people. I joined Reform because I believe that Nigel Farage will make a magnificent Prime Minister for this country. We need to start looking after Britain and putting our country first. Britain is broken. Britain needs reform.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the MP for Romford, Reform UK's Andrew Rossendale.
Good evening, Romford. Good evening, everyone. Wherever you've come from, welcome to my constituency here in Romford. Friends, neighbours, good people of Romford and Essex. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here tonight. Despite what at times feels like hopelessness in British politics today, I want to say thank you. Thank you for believing that there is still something to fight for. Because I believe that Britain is worth fighting for. And it is only Reform UK that is truly fighting for Britain. Indeed, it is out of love of this great British nation that took me into politics over 4 decades ago in Romford. And throughout those years, I have never stopped standing up for Britain.
our British way of life, defending British traditions, and always flying the flag for our country. And I have represented Romford, my hometown, for 25 years as its Member of Parliament and 12 years as a local Havering councillor. I was born in Rush Green, Romford. I was christened at St Edward's Church in Romford. I was educated at Rise Park and Marshall's Park schools in Romford. And I have fought 11 different elections in Romford over the last 35 years. I have indeed walked these streets, knocked on your doors, and listened to the hopes and frustrations and the fears of decent, hard-working, patriotic people who ask for very little, only fairness, security, and a country they still recognise. And so these simple wishes I have conveyed time and time again to those who have been given the trust to govern our country. But time and time again, I have been ignored. You have been ignored. We have all been ignored. So what happened last month was not simply a matter of me leaving the party that I'd been a member of for so long. It was the realization that long ago my party left me, along with millions of British voters who were let down and betrayed by those who claimed to be putting our country first, but when in office, failed to do so over and over again. And it was hard. I must admit, it was hard to leave the party I'd been a member of for so long, because I joined the Conservative Party at the age of 14. I, like so many of you, were inspired by Margaret Thatcher. Now, Mrs. Thatcher was a Prime Minister who never let our country down and always stood firm for Britain. And for the British people. Yet, I have to say, if I was 14 today, and I had the choice of Keir Starmer, Kemi Badenhop, or Nigel Farage, I would be in the crowd with you this evening. So, I first met Nigel 25 years ago, can you believe, when he came to see me at the House of Commons. I was a new MP. And so what did we discuss? Not a difficult one to work out. Well, of course, we discussed the fight against EU federalism. Of course. I was a new MP and Nigel was a new member of the European Parliament. But we hit it off from the start. We agreed on pretty much everything. Well, we did, on everything. And our friendship has endured ever since. Good man. He's a good man. And it was clear to me then that we belonged in the same party. And I always knew that in my heart, one day we would. And guess what? It's now happened. We are in the same party. Reform UK. Well, now it has been, I believe, the best decision I have ever made. And I also know that Nigel would one day be back in the House of Commons, but this time as a Member of Parliament. Well, Nigel, you took your time, but I'm so glad that you did. And now, as leader of Reform UK, you've already taken on one great responsibility. But there's one more job this country needs you to do. Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And for the sake of our country, the sooner you walk through the door of number 10, the better. Now, seeing so many of my friends and constituents here today in the town and borough that I have called home for my entire life, to me, this is the greatest privilege of all. However, I remember Romford how it used to be. I remember a town that was confident, orderly, safe, clean, patriotic, and proud of its Essex roots. A place where people worked hard, raised families, bought their own homes, and believed rightly that if you played by the rules and respected the local community where you lived, Britain would play fair by you. Romford was built by entrepreneurs, market traders, shopkeepers, and by families who moved out of the East End in search of a better life. People who believed in private ownership, ownership of your home, ownership of your business, ownership of your community. Like my own parents, the people of Romford were those who set their alarms early, went out to work, took responsibility for their families, and put something aside for a rainy day. Now, Margaret Thatcher understood this, and Romford returned that support for her at every single election. But unlike today, council houses were not meant to trap people in dependency. They became the first rung on the ladder, a stake in society, a foundation for aspiration. And many in Romford climbed that ladder and today are all the better because of it. But despite all the misery we see around today in Starmer's socialist Britain, Romford stands out. We remain resilient. Our people remain decent. And we remain firmly proud to call ourselves English and loyal to king and country. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us all to be honest with ourselves. The England we grew up in has been receding, not disappearing overnight, but eroded year by year, decision by decision, government after government. Romford increasingly feels like an island of common sense, where the old values of traditional England remain alive. But it is time that the political class woke up to the reality that, sadly, Britain is broken. And you know, the tragedy of this is that it hasn't happened by accident. Certainly not by bad luck, but tragically by design. After 1997, our country was deliberately rewired, starting under Tony Blair. Oh yes, Tony Blair. And shamefully continued by the Conservatives, who forgot what they were supposed to conserve. Government after government gave away the power invested in them by you, the electorate, and dismantled the foundations that made Britain unique. That Parliament is sovereign, and that Parliament answers to you, the people, alone. Instead, power was siphoned away to quangos no one voted for, to courts with no democratic mandate, to international bodies that do not share our history, our traditions, or our British interests. But fortunately, in the year 2016, 10 years ago, thanks to patriotic people like all of you in this hall this evening, and to the 70% of Havering's residents who voted to leave the European Union, we began the long overdue task of reclaiming our sovereignty and loosening the chains that had been draining power away from this country for so long. But despite the overwhelming mandate of the British people, even Brexit was sabotaged. I'm sad to say that the Conservative Party, even though they were elected with an 80-seat majority and a mandate that I campaigned for, and one made possible because Nigel honourably stood aside his Brexit Party candidates in seat after seat across the country, including in Romford, to give Boris the majority to, as we were led to believe, get Brexit done. That government had a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deregulate, to tear up the bureaucratic straitjacket imposed by Brussels, and to restore self-government to this United Kingdom. But instead, so much of it remained intact. Worse still, in the process, we abandoned our own people in Northern Ireland, British citizens shamefully left behind with a border placed in the Irish Sea, and the integrity of our United Kingdom compromised. Brexit, I'm sorry to say, is not yet complete. There's a job to be done, and Nigel will do it. However, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union is only one piece of that puzzle. Today, we have an unaccountable Bank of England setting economic policy, an unaccountable Supreme Court ruling against elected governments, an unaccountable ECHR dictating to us who we must admit to our own country and who we cannot deport, an unaccountable Climate Change Committee imposing an energy policy which is making us colder and poorer, and an unaccountable OBR constraining budgets before MPs can actually vote on them, and over 300 more unaccountable quangos issuing instructions while ministers spend their time rubber stamping. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Britain needs change. And change, ladies and gentlemen, is most certainly coming. And all of this marred by a culture of so-called diversity, equality, and inclusion, which is undermining the meritocratic spirit of the British people. And I'm sad to say that through this process of constitutional vandalism, ushered in by Tony Blair and disgracefully continued by the Conservatives in government, Britain is no longer the democracy we have always believed in and pride ourselves to be. Successive governments have sold us out to a managerial class of bureaucrats who have a disdain for the voter. And when the British people object, they are ignored, overridden and told they didn't understand the question put before them. It is for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, why trust, I believe, in governments have collapsed across our island nation. It is for this reason why governments elected on a mandate for change in recent years have always failed. And ultimately, this is why Britain is broken. And nowhere is that failure clearly defined than in Havering, my borough. Ladies and gentlemen, and I know you're not all here from Romford this evening, but the truth is that if you are from Havering and if you are from Romford, you will know that in your heart, Romford is Essex. It's Essex. Sorry, we're not East London, we are Essex. Our culture, our geography, and our history determines that. Yet decisions affecting your streets, your transport, your policing, your housing are decided miles away by a Greater London authority that neither understands our community nor represents the people of this area. And since the turn of the millennium, we have sent hundreds of millions of pounds to the Mayor of London for services we barely receive. And what do we get in return? Well, not much. Police stations closed, fewer officers on our streets, crime rising while law-abiding residents are left to fend for themselves. The hated ULEZ tax, which has been imposed on us, despite consultation after consultation showing overwhelming opposition. We have seen the overdevelopment forced on our town centres, high-density blocks being built, designed not to improve Romford, but effectively to Londonise our town and country borough against the will of local people. And yet, time and again, the people of Romford and of Essex have voted against this out-of-touch mayor and everything he represents. Frankly, like most of you, I have had enough. And I know that every single one of you have had enough of Sadiq Khan. We really have. He's got to go. Absolutely got to go, that man. But, you know, devolution was sold to us as empowerment. Power going back to local people. Well, that hasn't happened. In our case, all of it is a money-making scheme, I'm afraid, to fund inner London. You pay more, you get less, and you are told to be grateful. Well, I hope tonight that we can send a message to Mr. Khan. Romford does not need lectures from City Hall, and especially not from Sir Sadiq. Havering needs local control, local accountability, and local pride restored. That's why in 2028, 2 years' time, we need a Mayor of London who will stand up for boroughs like Havering and boroughs across the Greater London area and smash Khan's centralised bureaucracy in City Hall. So, we must all get behind Layla Cunningham and kick Khan out. Kick him out. Or as my old friend Norman Tebbit would say, on your bike, Khan. But, ladies and gentlemen, to change Havering's status within Greater London and restoring our independence from City Hall, will require legislation. So the next Reform UK government under Prime Minister Nigel Farage, I can't wait for that day, can't wait for it. Can I say it again? Under Prime Minister Nigel Farage. Will give Havering a choice to break free of the Mayor of London and become a self-governing unitary authority once again, just as we were after the abolition of the GLC, before Tony Blair imposed the GLA and Mayor upon us. So Havering will get back control over the development of our town centre. We will rid ourselves of ULEZ, which has been dividing up families and communities. And most importantly, it will ensure that policies decided for the people of this borough in Havering are made by the people of Havering. No more dictatorship from Mayor or the Mayor of London or City Hall. Power will be restored to our community. Havering would pay only for the services we actually receive, such as the Freedom Travel Pass for pensioners, which I want to see extended across the entire TfL region for all boroughs that contribute to it, as Havering always has. So don't let anyone tell you that the Freedom Pass is at risk. With Reform UK, the Freedom Travel Pass for our pensioners is safe. So, Havering's future will once again be in the hands of the people of Havering. And finally, our borough can take its rightful place as fully part of the County of Essex, rejoining our neighbouring towns like Brentwood, Epping, Chigwell, Basildon and Southend and Chelmsford and Clacton. With the flag of Essex once again proudly raised above our town hall in Romford. And so, on a local level, we have been ignored, but on a national level, we are being ignored too. And one of the clearest and most rampant examples is that of illegal immigration. This country has prided itself on being a fortress, a nation which has resisted invasion since 1066. Yet now, our politicians have completely lost control of our borders. Our country, which cannot protect its borders, any country that cannot protect its borders, is not a country in any meaningful sense. If we are serious, there is only one course of action. We must repeal the Human Rights Act. We must leave the European Convention on Human Rights. And restore to our Parliament the authority to act in the national interest. And once that authority is restored, we must begin the process of mass deportation for every individual who has entered this country illegally. The message must be sent out far and wide that if you break into Fortress Britain illegally, you will not be allowed to stay. This country was never meant to be borderless, yet over the course of this century, the United Kingdom has been transformed almost beyond recognition, Not because the British people voted for it. On the contrary, because their wishes were ignored by successive governments. At election after election, the public voted for lower immigration. Yet, after each and every election, governments of all colours did the opposite. Immigration numbers have risen without control, rising to levels never seen before. The astonishing thing is, despite me and others, like Robert Jenrick and Sir Ever Braverman, speaking frankly to former colleagues, that they must abandon their forlorn attempt to defend their record in government on immigration, I have to say, the same people responsible for allowing this extreme demographic change to our nation continue to defend the indefensible. There is now a need for radical action because legal migration, certainly at its current scale, is not sustainable. And contrary to what the Treasury might tell us, it is making us all poorer. It is totally unfair to those who play by the rules, unfair to those who pay into the system as they have done their entire lives, and deeply unfair to communities like Romford, who are told to absorb relentless change without consent. And disgracefully, we are all paying the dividends for this, whether that's Islamic fundamentalist terror attacks on the streets of this country, or the greatest scandal in modern British history, the grooming gang scandal. None of this was inevitable. None of it was unavoidable. It was the result of political choices. Just look at Hungary. Just look at Poland. Different choices, different outcomes. And my friends, Britain never voted for this, and the people of Romford certainly didn't vote for this. A government that cannot decide who comes in and who must leave has surrendered the most basic responsibility of the state. Reform UK understands this. Reform UK is not afraid to say it as it is. And my friends, Reform UK is our last chance to fix it. And we must. And we must, and we will. But this rotten Labour government, well, they won't fix anything. On the contrary, Starmer's government represents a Britain in retreat, humiliating our country for the whole world to see. So when His Majesty's government surrenders sovereign British territory while paying billions of pounds of taxpayers' money for the privilege of doing so, as it is attempting to do with the surrender of the Chagos Islands, whilst at the same time denying the British Sagossian people the right of self-determination, it is clear to us all that we have a government and a Prime Minister who is not on the side of the British people. I'm afraid it's true that our political class has accepted a doctrine of managed decline for our country. The idea that Britain should shrink its ambitions, outsource its influence, and apologise for its past. I reject that entirely. I do. I'm proud of this country. I'm proud of our history. I'm proud of the British people. And I reject this defeatism from this Labour government. And we will fight back. And we will stop them allowing our country to decline ever further. And so will Nigel Farage. And so will Reform UK when we are in government. We all belong to a nation which, only a century ago, had built the largest empire in history. A nation which exported its language, culture, traditions, institutions, Christian values, and ideals to the far reaches of the earth. But post-Brexit, Britain had a simple choice: either to chart a confident, independent course or to drift back into the orbit of a federalising European Union. This government is choosing Brussels. And meanwhile, the United States is resurgent. China has the globe in an economic stranglehold, and the EU is declining, whilst foolishly continuing to centralise power over the nation states and their citizens. Britain simply cannot afford to be squeezed between these two competing powers. We must look to our natural allies in the English-speaking world, to our family of nations who share our language, our legal traditions, our institutions, and most importantly of all, our head of state. And beyond that, we should rediscover the strength of the Commonwealth. 56 nations linked by shared history and free association. That is real soft power. The quiet influence born of our proud history, built by our forebears, and one we have barely begun to harness because of the deep-seated embarrassment by the establishment, and in particular, the Foreign Office. What I want is for Britain to be confident again, for the Union Jack to be a symbol that people around the world recognise as one that represents freedom, prosperity, and a force for good. Britain has always been a great nation, but the political class who govern us today have failed our nation. So today, Britain urgently needs leadership with the courage and determination to end the decline, restore our confidence, and make Britain greater still. And that leader, ladies and gentlemen, is Nigel Farage. Friends, I didn't come to the decision to leave a party that I had been a member of for 45 years easily. But I could not stand on your doorsteps anymore defending the indefensible. I could not ask the people of Romford to trust a system that no longer listens to them. And I could not stay silent while the country I love is broken. Reform UK has diagnosed the problem, and Reform UK will prescribe the solution. And ultimately, Reform UK understands something Westminster has long forgotten. This country belongs to its people, not the bureaucrats, not the politicians, not the civil servants, but the people of this country. So they're going to find out soon enough. The power to free Havering from Sadiq Khan and City Hall is in your hands. The power to keep more of the money you earn is in your hands. The power to secure our borders and end the era of relentless change without consent is in your hands. The power to put Britain back on the map as a proud, sovereign, free and independent nation once again is in your hands. Use it. Vote Reform UK. Britain is broken, but it will not be fixed by those who broke it. Our country, our cherished United Kingdom, Britain needs a fresh start with a new political force that truly believes in our nation and a Prime Minister who will not be afraid to demonstrate the British bulldog spirit and take our nation forward. Britain needs Nigel Farage. Britain and Romford needs Reform UK. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Andrew, thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. Absolutely brilliant speaker and a brilliant member of Parliament. Well, that brings us very nicely to our final speaker. He's a man who needs no introduction. He's arguably the most famous politician in this country, if not the world. And his career is long, distinguished, and most certainly very varied indeed. Thanks to I'm a Celebrity, he has gained a whole legion of new young supporters. He is a social media sensation, a man known for his straight-talking, no-nonsense approach. Now, last year, he was voted most influential politician in Britain at the Spectator Awards. YouGov now cites him as the most popular politician in the country. But, ladies and gentlemen, soon he will make history again when he becomes the next British Prime Minister. Before we hear from him, let's see him in action.
We are all ships rising on a turquoise tide, headed towards winning the next general election. This government is deep in crisis. They are not fit to govern. The Conservative Party are riven. There is a new, strong, unified party, the party that stands up for decent, working people, and we are the party on the rise. The energy has been unbelievable. The enthusiasm has been extraordinary. You are the people's army.
Reform is now in government. And the big shout-out message, and it's very, very clear, is if you vote Reform, you get Reform. And when it comes to country, of what a nation is, this is where I do personally want to confront the Prime Minister head on.
No one cares more about the state of this country than I do.
There is nobody more determined than me.
But I tell you what, folks, that was just the beginning. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage.
Hello there, how are you? All right? Very good, Hello guys, you all right?
evening, Romford! Well, what a wonderful introduction. And of course, we always have reform fireworks because our country needs some fireworks. We need to wake up, liven up, recognise what a mess we're in, change direction, have new leadership, and that begins here in this borough of Havering on the 7th of May this year when we are going to win the council elections. Now, I want to talk about Andrew Rosendale, much of it good. I want to talk about Layla Cunningham. I want to talk about Sadiq Khan and many other things. But first, if you would indulge me, I want to talk about national politics. Last year, the government allowed elections all over the country, such as Essex County Council, which we border. They allowed the elections to be cancelled, which I thought was a disgrace. This year, they went further. They went further. The Labour government said, if you want to cancel your elections, you may cancel them. And sure, lots of Labour boroughs decided they'd cancel the elections. But also many Conservative counties, including ones who'd cancelled last year. For a second year in a row, Norfolk, Suffolk, East Sussex, West Sussex, for the second year in a row, the Conservatives colluded with the Labour government to deny 4.6 million people from having the vote. And when you think about it, those voters are all paying council tax. And there's an old principle in politics, the Americans taught us this a couple of hundred years ago, no taxation without representation. So we decided, up with this we will not put, and we put a judicial review which was due to be heard in the High Court this Thursday, and today, on I think the 14th major U-turn from this inept, useless, gutless, unpatriotic, loser of a Prime Minister. And by the way, I'm not normally rude. They're normally rude to me, but I've just about had enough of this mob, haven't you? Today, they threw in a towel. I will not have my day in the High Court on Thursday. The government have given in, and all 30 elections will go ahead. And we thank the Telegraph for their campaign. But this is a victory, not just for reform, not just for me, not just for our lawyers. This is a victory for the very basic principle of democratic self-government, something so important, freedom, liberty, the ability to choose those that govern you, the ability to sack those that govern you, that those that went before us made massive sacrifices in 2 world wars, and we today have fought and won for democracy, and I'm proud of that. Now, quite how the Conservative Party can justify standing up and saying it's an outrage. It's an outrage. Elections are being cancelled, and yet Kempi Badenoch's own council leaders were asking for those delays. Even the Lib Dems got in on the act in Cheltenham and asked for a delay. Anyone know the name of the Liberal Democrat leader? No. He's good at jumping off slides into ponds, and it's a big victory. But we must steel ourselves for what is to come here. I've known Andrew Rosendale for over a quarter of a century, and he ticks a lot of those boxes that our Prime Minister doesn't, because no one doubts Andrew's commitment to Romford. No one doubts Andrew's commitment to his job as a Member of Parliament. No one doubts Andrew's commitment to this country, its history, its identity, and his belief that we have to stand up and fight for our values and all the things that make us British. And I'm delighted at last that not only are Andrew Rosendale and I in the same party, but we're in the right party. And already, this afternoon, I've met 2 serving councillors, 6 candidates, some ex-councillors, who will be joining the reform charge here in Romford on the 7th of May. And you're all very, very welcome. And we'll get you up on stage in just a few moments' time. And that is brilliant. But don't forget, it isn't just Havering, it's all 32 London boroughs that are up for election. And I'm very pleased to say that I believe that my pick for the person to take on Sadiq Khan in a couple of years' time, I believe with Leila Cunningham, I've got it right, and she can beat Sadiq Khan, and don't we need to? Because let's be frank, under a Labour mayor, and you all know it, London is in decline. Whether it's mobile phone theft, whether it's fear of going out after dark, whether it's the alarming rise in assaults, particularly on women and girls of a sexual nature, we all know London's in decline. A capital city that within living memory was at the centre of the biggest empire the world had ever seen. A capital city where now in the centre in Mayfair, men don't wear watches, women don't wear jewellery for fear of being mugged in broad daylight. And yet, it seems that our political class and much of our media class think crime's falling and everything's A-OK. Well, it's not. It is a disaster, and it's adding to the exodus of many bright, young, talented people who are leaving. They're off to Dubai, they're off to America, they're off to Australia. I know that only under firm, tough leadership at borough and at mayoral level, with proper control over the Metropolitan Police, and with a change of attitude towards crime, which says, you know what? It's not okay to shoplift for up to 200 quid. Can you believe it? I might pop down the offie on the way home, you know. I mean, can you actually believe it? With reform in charge, every single shoplifter, every single person that commits crime at whatever level, every single one will be prosecuted. End of. We will erect knife arches on underground stations, on buses, in schools, and nobody in London will carry a knife without fear of custodial sentence. Let's bring back some common sense and let's stand up for our high streets. Let's stand up for men and women doing their best to run their businesses, being persecuted by regulation, being persecuted by the authorities. Let's give people a chance. And goodness me, think about areas like Romford, the old East End, Essex. It was full of people, wasn't it? Having a go. People having a go, getting off their backsides, setting up companies, acting as sole traders, going out and having a go. And we're the party on the side of Alarm Clock Britain. We're the party on side of people who get up in the morning, work hard, pay their taxes, if they succeed, employ people. And I'm sorry, but we can't go on funding the lifestyle and the option of choosing not to work. We cannot go on funding them. You can now get disability benefit for suffering from mild anxiety. I had mild anxiety at 5 o'clock this morning. But life's about dealing with stuff, isn't it? Life's about dealing with the ups and downs that come in all of our lives, not believing we're victims, unless we really are, and being taught and trained and educated to take the knocks that life gives you and to get on. Because on our current course, we literally will go bust. I was retired for 4 years. I'd fought for Brexit for a quarter of a century. I suspect if I'd not been around, that referendum, frankly, would never, ever have happened. But I fought for it because I believed in it. The point of Brexit was to be free. The point of Brexit was to take back control of our borders. And what did the Conservative government do with it? They gave us the Boris wave. They gave us the biggest influx of migrants into Britain in the history of our nation. More coming in a year than used to come in 2 decades. Many of them not working. Many of them who frankly will cost us a fortune in the years to come. They did not deliver Brexit. And we voted Brexit because we saw the hordes crossing the Mediterranean, coming into Europe. And we said, no, we'll leave the EU, we'll stop illegal immigration into Britain. And what have we got? Nearly 200,000 young men about who we know nothing, many of whom sadly will cause great harm to our country, have been allowed to come. And the Conservatives didn't have the guts to deal with it. And Labour haven't got a clue where to begin. And we will stop the boats and deport those who come illegally into Britain. End of. Now look, I can't wave a magic wand, and nor can we in Control and Havering wave a magic wand. We have financial problems, we have social problems. But if, like me, you believe that ultimately there is much to be optimistic about when it comes to the normal, decent folk in this country, what we can do is turn things around and start to change direction. And if we don't change direction, well, I fear that within 10 years, maybe a touch more, this country will have become literally unrecognizable from anything that it ever was. We've lost our sense. We've lost our values. We've lost our understanding of the Judeo-Christian principles that underpin our entire civilization. It's what we are. And of course, we have time and we respect those of different faiths, but not if they wish us to change our way of life to adapt to their way of life. We've made amazing progress. In 20 months, since I came back to this job, we've leapt to the top of the opinion polls. We've now topped the last 200 national opinion polls with an average lead of 10%. Nothing like this has ever happened in British politics before, and I'm proud to be leading the charge, and I'm proud to see our membership growing, and I'm proud to see a room tonight like this, so packed with people. Thank you. Thank you. And I know we can go further. I know we can go further. We need people. We need the right policies that connect. We need money. And above all, we need to be lucky with our enemies. I think we're very lucky with our enemies right at the moment. Have you ever seen a government with a front bench so bereft of talent? And by the way, Steve Reed was the minister that put in place these cancelled elections. The head of the Electoral Commission said it was illegal. Clearly, government lawyers said it was illegal, which is why they caved in today. And I think if a minister tries to deprive nearly 5 million people of the vote, and if he's acted illegally, I think Steve Reed should resign and do so pretty quickly. In fact, the whole blooming lot should be gone, really, shouldn't they? I hope tonight what I've given you is a frank appraisal of just how tough these fights are going to be over the next few years. None of us in this room must delude ourselves that this will be easy. It won't. It won't. But we must change direction. We must change attitudes. We must start to stand up for what is good and what is right and fight those things in society that are evil and wrong. We must make sure our kids are taught properly about British history, about this country, about what it is. We must stop this terrible self-loathing that I now fear is being put among many of the younger generation. We are realistic. We're realistic. We're realistic. We're proud. We're patriotic. We're making a difference. It's an absolute pleasure to be back in Romford with Rosa. I've never been to the Wheat Sheaf before. I love it. I'm coming back. There's no doubt. But above all, can I just say thank you to all of you for being part, every one of you, of my People's Army. You are the members of my People's Army. All of you have a chance in your own way, whether you stand for council, whether you campaign for us, whether you speak to your friends and family, whatever you do. Without you in the People's Army, we can't succeed. So please resolve when you leave here tonight to do your bit to make this People's Army even bigger than it is today. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we have got some entertainment for you this evening, which will amuse you, make you laugh. They'll probably take the mickey out of me, but that's okay. Bell and Sperling are local favourites. But before we do that, I want to do one rather more serious thing. I would like to ask David Bull, I would like to ask Andrew Rosendale, I'd like to ask Lila Cunningham, I'd like to ask all those here that have joined us today that affect us to come and all join me on stage right now, please.
Hi. Welcome.
There's thousands of them. Okay. So could I please, and you know what? Maybe we should do a bit more of this. Could I please ask all of you, or those that are able, please to stand? Thank you. And we will sing the national anthem. Thank you very much indeed. Please retake your seats. Now, one thing that is, by the way, wasn't that good? Give yourselves a round of applause. Now, one thing about us, if you've not been to an event we've done before, one thing about us, unlike the others, is we're real. We're human. That means we have a sense of humour. Does Keir Starmer have a sense of humour? I mean, they're all as dull as ditchwater at the front bench, aren't they? Ghastly. And we've got Lee Anderson, who, I got to tell you, could easily be a nightclub comic. No, we are real people, and real people, whilst they take things seriously and resolve to do things, real people have a laugh. Real people have fun. Real people have downtime. Very, very few people have characters the likes of Bell and Sperling, I've got to tell you. Who's seen Bell and Sperling before? There's a few, but not many. Well, you're in for a treat. They are absolutely made for what's about to come. If they're ready, how are we getting on, boys? They're getting there. With their very own brand of East End / Essex humour. Keep going. I've got to keep going. I could tell a joke, but the trouble is I get cancelled, wouldn't I? You can't tell a joke anywhere now, can you? Otherwise you finish up getting cancelled. I didn't used to do jokes. What I did used to do was get up in the European Parliament and tell people what I thought of them. Do you remember the little Belgian fella that turned up? Who I said, you've got the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. And they all went nuts. They all went completely nuts. And I was called into the headmaster's office the next morning, President of the Parliament, 9 a.m. And after a checkered time at school, I was pretty used to this kind of drill. You know, exercise book down the back of the trousers, that sort of thing. And I walked in, he looked very grave-faced. He said, Mr. Farage, he said, you've brought the European institutions into disrepute. I said, well, you've had a fairly good go at that yourselves over the years, really, haven't you? Which probably wasn't the best start. And I'll tell you something, if ever you're called in for a meeting or an interview and coffee is not offered, you're in for a bollocking, all right? So there was no coffee offered, and he said, I'm demanding that you apologise And if you don't, you'll face the biggest fine the European Parliament can impose upon you. I mean, think of that. They were going to fine me the same as if I'd been done for corruption, just for taking the mickey out of this little bloke. Well, I wasn't that nice about Belgium either, to be fair, but anyway, I point blank refused. I walked out, and of course, all the press were there, clicking away. Have you apologised? Have you apologised? Have you apologised? I said, right, just a moment's silence, please. So it was a time in life when a man's got to put his hands up, when a man's got to say, I'm sorry, I went too far. I apologise to bank clerks all over the world for any sense of insult I might have caused them. Right, are you ready, boys? Spelling!
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nigel Farage!
Nigel!
No.
Oh,
come on. Everybody.
This is for Nigel.
You're just too good to be true. Come on. Do you want him up?
Come on.
Take my eyes off you.
Come on.
You feel like having a touch.
He's too professional.
I wanna hold you so much. But if you feel like a bill,
come on.
Please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Turn it up. Can't take my eyes off you.
Hey!
Not in the way that I said.
Well,
there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak.
Get ready for the good bit.
But if you feel like I feel,
the good bit's coming.
Please let me know that it's real.
It's coming.
You're just too good to be true.
Are you ready?
Can't take my eyes off you. Everybody, hands in the air.
Come on.
Here we go. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Say one more time, I love you, baby. It's quite alright, I need you, baby. On the lonely nights, let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Thank you. Thank you very much, sing it. Now, if you'd have seen us at Birmingham NEC, Nigel actually got up and sung that one with us. But we're going to do this one for you lot now.
Oh, yes.
And I want to see everybody with their hands in the air. The World Cup is coming up. We will be releasing the Sven-Goran Eriksson song again. But I thought we'd do this one for you lot. Here we go. Come on.
Funny, it's Neil Diamond, sir. I saw you on the film, though.
Are we ready?